All right. Ready? Good evening. I call this pre-meeting briefing of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 6 p.m. on today, January 16th. The purpose of this pre-meeting briefing is to conduct a session with the administrative staff regarding the posted agenda for the regular board meeting, which is scheduled for tonight at 7 p.m. Board members present are Tara Hrbacek, Kim Brady, Marjorie Barnes, Carolyn Benavides, Ileana Garza Rojas, Cassandra Hatfield, and me. I'm Randy Shackman, and we do constitute a quorum and will be conducting business on behalf of the district. Our second item on the agenda is audience for guests, but there are none for this particular meeting, so we will continue to move right on to agenda item 3. Dr. Eldridge, are there any reports by the administration?
We have several reports tonight, and first up is Sandra Leak. Item 5G, consider and approve the recommendations by the SHAC for curriculum regarding topic of child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and human trafficking. So, Sandra?
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge and esteemed board, for the opportunity to address you on the behalf of SHAC. Senate Bill 9 of the 87th Legislature requires school districts to offer curriculum regarding the prevention of child abuse in elementary and secondary, family violence in elementary and secondary, dating violence in secondary, and sex trafficking in secondary. It also requires that parents provide consent before their students receive instruction on those topics. It also requires that the SHAC assist with Senate Bill 9 curriculum recommendations, and then the SHAC recommendations are to be made at a public board meeting to trustees, and votes are to be collected to approve curriculum adoption. The following SHAC members were appointed to the Curriculum Review Committee, and they met on October 8th to begin reviewing the materials. They're listed there on the slide. And these are the curriculum materials that were received from the CFB counseling department, and the links are there. I believe that you've had the opportunity to review those materials. So the committee, the curriculum committee reviewed the materials that were provided by the counseling department, and they met on September 26th and October 24th, 2024 to discuss the materials and vote. The curriculum committee recommended that SHAC approve the curriculum as presented in the previous slide, and SHAC has approved this curriculum and is seeking board approval. Their recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the curriculum as presented.
Is that a regular meeting approval, or do you want that approval to take place here? It's on the consent agenda, right? Right, it's in the consent agenda, but so we don't need to do anything other than approve it through the consent agenda.
Unless anybody has any questions.
Okay.
Leslie.
Okay. Any questions, board? Ms. Leak, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item for pre-meeting is item 5I with Aurora, and it's consider and approve memorandum of understanding for our Go Center Work Study Student Mentorship Program with the University of North Texas. Aurora?
Yes, hi everyone. I don't know if you remember my flyer that I created last time for the Go Center, so I just wanted to review that. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Shackman. Dr. Eldridge and Randy Shagman, President of the Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm so sorry. Today, I'm just here seeking the consideration and approval for the Memorandum of Understanding for the Ghost Center Work Partnership with the University of North Texas. We already have a partnership with TWU, and we did have a partnership with UTD. However, they lost their funding with some changes in DEI, so we had to seek another partnership. I've been working for a little bit. It's just been a little lagging, but we finally were able to come to a great mutually agreeable partnership with UNT so that they can now support Ranchview High School and Turner High School. Ultimately, this is just an opportunity to have collegiate mentors that come every week so that they can help students with college access, events, college prep, test prep. We also utilize these college students to not just talk about UNT, for example, but they also talk about other colleges and help with those applications and essays.
Great. Board members, any questions? This is a great program and a great support for the kids. Thank you for being involved.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have item 5M and N, and they're both with Mr. Blackburn, and it's consider and approve amendment number 2 to construction manager at risk contract with Balfour Beatty, and the other one is Jackson Construction.
Good evening, Dr. Eldridge, Mr. Shackman, members of the board. It's good to see everyone. I believe as you know, the items before you involve 2 of the renovation packages for the 2023 bond work. The first one is for the remainder of package 9, which I'll refer you to the handout you should have in front of you that gives you the context for the whole bond. You can see the various packages, how we arrange the work. So item M is package 9, and that'll take care of everything else in that package. The work in item 9, specifically the summer, will take care of some architectural work at Stark and McLaughlin, Strickland, Blair, and Field Middle School. And then also item 5N is the second phase of package 2, and that work is specifically at Davis and Thompson. You'll see one more piece is coming in package 2, and that'll be Blaylock, but that's not quite ready yet, and that'll be in the coming months. Any questions?
Board, any questions? Ms. Hatfield?
One of these had let me find where it was, a refund attached to it, or
Yes, ma'am.
can you explain that a little bit more?
The way our construction contracts are structured, we set up a guaranteed maximum price, and if that price is not, if we don't spend all that money, then they return that money to us. And so in the earlier phase of the work, they didn't spend all the money, so they're returning that money so we can spend it on the remaining phase in that package.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Appreciate it. And it's good to see these projects starting to get going.
That concludes our administrative reports.
Board, is there any questions or issues that we're going to pull from the agenda regarding the consent agenda? No, seeing none, we'll present the yes.
Are either of the ones related to the calendar for the actual missed school days? I believe it's for the finance piece of it, but for the actual, are we going to make up the days or not? Do we have a decision on that?
That's the resolution.
Okay. It's an action item. It is an action. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I believe we've reached the end of our agenda, and so at 6:09, we're going to close this meeting, and we'll see you back at 7.
Brian to my desk, please.
Good evening, everyone. I call this regular meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 7 p.m. on January 16th, 2025. Board members, district staff members, and members of the audience, you are free to join me in standing as Ivan De Leon from the Heartland Church provides a message for us, followed by the pledges of allegiance. Marjorie Barnes will lead us in our U.S. pledge, and Ileana Garza Rosas pledge to the Texas flag. I invite you to stand.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this evening. We thank you for your presence and your faithfulness, Lord. We thank you for those that you have called for this time to serve our community. We pray for those that are here and those that could not be here in attendance. We ask for a blessing over this body, our community, our families, our children, Lord. We ask that you would protect them, be with them. I pray that you would be present as we speak and prepare for the young lives that we are equipping for the future, leaders, doctors, and community contributors. Lord, will you just bless this time, bless these grounds. We pray this in Jesus' mighty name and say amen.
Thank you. As a district, we dedicate all of our efforts and resources to our goal of high expectations for all. The board uses this goal to guide all deliberations and actions. You will get to see all deliberations, decisions, and actions of the board in open session, with a few exceptions which may be discussed in a closed session, and we'll describe that later as it would come up. For the record, board members present are Marjorie Barnes, Carolyn Benavides, Kim Brady, Ileana Garza Rojas, Cassandra Hatfield, Tara Herbachik, and I'm Randy Shackman. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. And before moving on, I would like to remind you that the board will accept citizens' comments. Persons wishing to speak at audience for guests must have completed an online form for this purpose and have submitted it electronically by the deadline of 5 p.m. today. When the board addresses agenda item 3, you will be invited to the podium to speak to the board. Our next agenda item is number 2. Special presentations and recognitions. First on the recognitions will be Karen Rodriguez.
Good evening, President Shackman, Dr. Eldridge, and members of the board. Through our partnership with Chick-fil-A at Trinity Mills, we honor an individual with a CFB Champion Award, which recognizes individuals who demonstrate excellence. The January CFB Champion Award is being presented to Janet Louis of DFW We Care, a nonprofit organization that helps those in need and bridges communities. If you want to come up here. At the start of the school year, this incredible organization donated backpacks filled with all school supply list items to every Central Elementary School student. DFW We Care took its support to the next level by partnering with chairman of ACP Foundation and the vendor of Q-Top USA Inc., David Yen, to donate 100 pallets of items such as tumblers, hair accessories, and party sets, which not only benefited Central but various campuses and even the community. DFW We Care continued to go the extra mile, donating 12 additional pallets the week before winter break. Please join me in congratulating and thanking our CFB champion, Janet Lee, for your contributions, selflessness, and the impact your organization has made in CFB. Thank you. So as we all know, providing a safe and secure learning environment is paramount in CFB. And so every year, we do give a CFB Sentinel Safety Award. It is presented to one campus that implements innovative measures dedicated to safety education. This year's award recipient is Creekview High School. Look at that big trophy. Wow. Creekview's winning projects were planned and sponsored by the Student Council and included initiatives like Teens in the Driver's Seat Assembly and safety fairs to raise awareness about the dangers of distracted driving, 4 Carter Blood Care drives that resulted in more than 200 donations, saving approximately 600 lives, and Red Ribbon Week activities and informational booths to promote a drug-free lifestyle and educate about the dangers of alcohol and substance abuse. Congratulations to Creekview for being a shining example of amplifying student voices and putting safety first. Thank you. And each January, we honor our school board members who selflessly serve our community. Our trustees are elected officials who devote time and energy to help all students and staff succeed. These compassionate individuals dedicate themselves to this very important work. And I will remind y'all, this is not a paid gig. They're doing this out of the kindness of their heart. So for our trustees, we have a special presentation in your honor. Our CFB student ambassadors, Calvin Collins and Christine Lee from Newman Smith High School would like to make some remarks.
Hello, the 2025 School Board Recognition theme is Leadership for Tomorrow's Texas, and this theme is particularly fitting for the 7 individuals who serve on our CFB Board of Trustees.
We want to thank the school board for your dedication to making CFB ISD a place where we can learn, grow, and thrive. Your commitment to education is inspiring.
The time and effort you put into listening to our voices and considering our needs does not go unnoticed. You make us feel valued and heard, and that motivates us to learn and be better citizens.
Thank you for making tough decisions that ensure our schools are safe, supportive, and well-resourced learning environments. We know it's not easy, but we see the positive impact in our classrooms and around campus.
Trustees, please stand as we announce your names so we can recognize you for your service to our CFB family. Randy Shackman.
Tara Herbacek.
Kim Brady.
Marjorie Barnes.
Carolyn Benavides.
Ileana Garza Rojas.
And Cassandra Hatfield.
And thank you once again from all of our CFB family, our staff, our students, our teachers, our secretaries. Everybody thanks y'all for your work and for your dedication. And that concludes today's recognitions.
Thank you so much. I know all of my colleagues here on the board would share my thought that you are why we do this. Our staff is supportive and helps it make it possible. But as Ms. Rodriguez said, it is a volunteer position, and we do it because we love education and students. Our next item on the recognitions is my monthly report, and 3 things come to mind this month. First of all, I'd like for us to remember that it is January, and as we are moving into January, it's not very long till May 3rd, which is the date for special election for community positions, including school board. If you've ever had an interest in running for the school board, you must fill out an application to be on the ballot. It would be submitted here at the district office. And if you would like to talk to me or to ask any questions or probably any other member of the board, but I will offer my services to talk and discuss with anyone who would like to know more about it. I'd also invite you to turn to our CFB ISD website, where there's more information about elections and about cumulative voting, which is a beast of a little bit different color that we use here within Carrollton-Farmers branch. The second thing that comes to mind as we're talking this month about a number of different things is that this Saturday, the 18th, is the annual Martin Luther King Jr. Parade. It will start right behind City Hall on Rainwater Lane, work its way around Josie and down Keller Springs, ending up at Polk Middle School. What a wonderful legacy Dr. King has left us. We want to be reminded of that wonderful legacy, and the parade starts at 10 o'clock. We hope you will come out. The weather's supposed to be pretty good. There have been some years that it hasn't been, but it is supposed to be pretty good, and we look forward to a great day. With that in mind, I'd also like to give a shout out to Christ Community Connection, who is a nonprofit organization here in the area that every year helps to spearhead this project. A final thing that comes to mind happened to me in the last days and weeks in my email box and my regular communications box because it's become apparent that for some there is a concern that there has been a decision made about closing or consolidating local schools. And I'd like to report to everyone that decision has not been made, absolutely has not been made. The board is involved in a study that is looking at how we should best utilize our resources, how we should maximize efficiency to provide better high-quality education for all students. We are relying on expert demography, expert space utilization, transportation studies, all kinds of data and information, because we believe every child deserves a good education and we want to make it possible. And so you can go to our district website, cfbisd.edu, and there is a proposed timeline looking at how this decision is being made and what it is happening as it's being structured through. So again, a reminder to those who are concerned, there has been no decision made, nothing announced because there's nothing to announce. And we're going to take care of every child and do our best to take care of education on behalf of CFB. And that really brings me to the conclusion of President's remarks. We're ready for our committee updates. Board members, would anyone like to give us an update on a committee meeting that you serve on?
Good evening. I had to type this out because we've done a lot, so I didn't want to forget anything. But this is a report on the governance subcommittee, and serving on that with myself is Mrs. Hatfield and Mrs. Barnes. So since our last board meeting, the subcommittee met on December 12th, January 2nd. We had a meeting with Brian Mersch on January 9th for some additional guidance, and we provided an informational briefing to the leadership team this morning, January 16th. We've been focusing our work on the ongoing review of our policies, our board operating procedures, as well as the continued work on the review of our community-developed CV 2030 plan and our goals. I've left some information in the folder and your space on the dais for you. The first is a summary of the policy and the operating procedure updates, either identified by the subcommittee or by board member request. We're providing this summary so that you're aware of the progress and the status of the items. You can see that the subcommittee has completed our work on multiple items, and those have been submitted to administration for initial legal review. We expect that the majority of these items will be included for action at our February board meeting. And just, I want to remind you, if you see something in, our operating procedures and policy, if something comes to mind that you want us to look into or research, please send to me and we'll add it to that running list and keep that list of status so everybody knows what's happening. The second item is the draft of the indicators for strategic priority 1 within our original community developed collaborative vision 2030 document. This is to support later discussions on our future goals. As I mentioned, we provided a briefing to the leadership team this morning surrounding the board's intent with this review, our process, and a rough timeline to make them aware that we will need support at certain points along the way. This support would occur after the board has reviewed the indicators and would include us clarifying, and that support would include, or discussion would include clarifying any of those indicators, specifying the data set that we're going to use, and the actual baseline and future year targets. I do want to make you all aware that in order to push this forward for the 25-26 school year, we are working through a timeline for each steps of the process. This includes the board's review and work, the work by the governance subcommittee, administration review and support, as well as collaboration with the DIC, the District Improvement Committee. In order to get all strategic priorities, there's 6 of them, if you remember, through these steps, we do anticipate the need for an additional 2 work studies, but we will have that discussion and determine the best path forward. Speaking on behalf of the subcommittee, and y'all can correct me if I misstate the sentiment, but we're really excited about all the work, but specifically the outcome and the end result that will support alignment from the board down to each of our campuses on what our goals are and how we can ensure the success of our students, staff, and district. This agenda item was update only and does not provide for discussion, but if you have any questions on those items, please reach out individually to me and we'll get that taken care of.
Thank you. You guys have been busy.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Other reports?
We have a Facilities, Finance, and Audit Committee report. We've met several times with Ms. Settle, and I think Brian Marsh was also there for one of our meetings, discussing things like budget and how we'd like to see budget reporting to the board at board meetings, what we'd like her to focus on, and just kind of what the board's thoughts are. We have several meetings upcoming for the remainder of the school year already planned. And the audit committee met this afternoon before this meeting, and she's going to have very happy news to report. So I don't want to spoil the fun, but they did very well in the audit again. So that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Others? Ms. Ross.
Good evening. So on behalf of the Legislative Committee, just wanted to give you guys an update. Legislative Committee consists of myself, Ms. Carolyn Benavides, and Mr. Randy Shackman. Today, Matthew Hall of Raise Your Hand, Texas, came to speak at our Team CFB meeting. This group consisted of 130 people, including principals and department heads of CFB ISD. Matthew Hall provided the group with an overview of the legislative process, beginning with a brief recap of the last session and explained how education fits into the overall legislative budget. He shared a timeline of events leading up to the current session and outlined actionable ways staff members can advocate for our district. Throughout his presentation, he emphasized that every voice matters. The hope is that we can do some additional advocacy work sometime in April. You'll stay tuned for additional updates.
Thank you. Ms. Garza Rojas, you'll be happy to hear that during the reception time earlier today, so I was approached and one of our staff members said they really enjoyed and appreciated learning the process of being a better advocate for public education. So good job. Thank you about that. Any other reports?
Just to report, the District Improvement Committee met recently, and they were a part of the process in helping to tailor and provide input on the calendars. And then they also received an update on the District Improvement Plan in small groups and the progress towards this year's goals. And so I'm the liaison for that and did watch that remotely. And so I just wanted to let you guys know that it looks like the District Improvement Plan, District Improvement Committee, as always, which is made up of our community members and a representative from every campus, as well as district administration, continues to support the work of the district moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield. Anyone else? Then I believe the next item for us to take a look at is district announcements. And for this, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Eldridge.
Okay, we're all back. Happy New Year. I don't know when you stopped saying that, but this is our first meeting in the new year. And then we had our snow days. And so we could not open schools, have schools prepared for all the things that happen when in winter, if it wasn't for our great maintenance and security workers who are, sent me selfies and pictures and, just showing what the snow looked like and making sure our campuses are ready for when everyone comes back. So, it's so nice to have a crew that where we're all in our homes warm, they're out there and they're having fun doing it and they appreciate it. So I wanted to give a shout out to them. A great if you go on one of our social media pages, you'll see a picture of Vanita Crouch. Vanita is the PE teacher at La Vida, and she is the 2024 World Games Athlete of the Year. She is the flag football quarterback, and we need to all vote for her because she's doing a Super Bowl promo. And if you cast your vote, she will be recognized. And she has done not only so much for our kids, but she's also helping us with the effort of all our flag football initiative at our high school. So you all vote for Vanita. She's amazing. Sheffield. Our Sheffield Elementary campus was featured in the Time magazine for kids. They are the only Texas school that was featured. Mrs. Powell's class was featured in there for spreading kindness and their service bingo challenge. So that just came out. You can find it on timeforkids.com. What would we do without amazing teachers? Because at Farmers Branch, just this week on Tuesday, one of our fifth graders was choking at breakfast, and she hopped into the scene and saved our student. And so we will be recognizing her at one of the board meetings because, oftentimes when you're in a cafeteria, you don't know if kids are yelling or screaming or having fun. And the fact that you're excited to be in the cafeteria and you see our student and you go into action, that is amazing. And that's just, the heartfelt of what all of our teachers do in many different jobs. And then you can see this Jenga game over here. No, we're not going to play a game tonight, but I want to give a shout out to Ms. Canada. Not only is she our board secretary, but she led the effort of training all of our secretaries in the district, along with my Kim back there. And, she, we call her Bossy D, but anyway, so she put all these things. I didn't stay for the last activity, but I thought this was something to be shared, that our principals and their secretaries sat together and they all filled out one of these Jenga blocks and they set a goal for each other. And I think that, she put the ones up here. This is R.L. Turner's, and Sandy and Chad said they want people to leave happier than they arrived. Isn't that a great goal? And so each principal and secretary wrote a goal. So if you want to see them, I just thought, what a great activity to show that we're all working together because we want our community and our schools to be one big family for sure and make it happen. I want to also thank Stacy Holman. I know she's back there. The PTA Reflections was amazing last night, and to see our talent among our students and how she changed the order of the meeting. And I know the principals were thankful because we do love honoring our students, but we also value our teachers and our principals' time, and it just ran seamlessly. And I can't thank her enough for her spirit and all. Oh, there you are. All you do. I was looking for you back there because we just talked back there. But thank you, Stacy. You're amazing. And she just told me she was going to do this again next year because I can't do it without you. So I wanted to give you a shout out. And the last thing is, thank you to the board. You know, you heard all the committee work that they do, and so they have been at meetings all day long. And then they go to their job, and then they come back, and we've seen each other a lot today. But to serve on committees and to really digest and want to know the work and approve the right work and want to do the right things, that's what this board is. And so I got a note from Ms. Hunn's class, kindergarten. And I'm sorry, Randy, but she kind of left you out because she said this is from the kindergarten class, and they said, we are all pretty. But so I don't know if you're pretty or not, but, you know, we are all pretty and nice, and they love us. So, you know, I can't sum it up any better than we're all pretty, Randy. And so I want to thank the kindergarten class because it really means something when our students you know, recognize the work that you all do, because several of them asked me, what does a school board, is it a skateboard or a school board? It's a school board. So you're trying to teach, you know, what we all do, but the joys in our kids and our teachers and our staff. So thank you all and welcome back. And we'll watch the weather because you never know. It looks like snow again, but we hope that the streets are clear. So thank you all. That concludes the district report.
Inner beauty shines through. Speaking of Ms. Homan, our next item is the report from PTA. Stacy.
Thank you. Dr. Eldridge, President Shackman, and esteemed board. I'm Stacy Homan. I'm the president of the CFB Council of PTAs this year. And as always, I want to start with the PTA motto, which is what we're all about: to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. I know this was announced last month, but we officially received the Council Golden Apple yesterday. For those that don't know, that means every member of our school board, Dr. Eldridge and her staff, are all members of PTA in our district. So personally, on behalf of myself, the almost 6,000 PTA members across 36 campuses that we have in our district, thank you very much for your support for PTA. It is not common across the state. I will say we are one of the few councils that consistently gets the golden apple. And the fact that I get to talk, or someone from the board talks here every month, is almost unheard of. Most PTAs get 1 or 2 addresses a year. So thank you very much for your support for what we do for our community. As far as membership, we encourage every local PTA to strive for the Welcome Back Award. You'll receive that if you get just 10 new members in the month of January. If every campus gets us 10 new members, we'll come close to exceeding our membership from last year as a council. I want to thank everyone who came out to our reflection ceremony last night. We awarded 105 talented students with awards, with 21 of our students their submissions being submitted to Texas to compete at the state level. The theme next year is I Belong, so get ready, start thinking about what you're going to do for the artwork next year. And being on the committee, because it's a lot of work and I'm really tired. It is election season, so we have our nominating committee in place at the council level. I know a lot of the PTAs are also working on getting their boards together. We will have Google interest forms out starting next week. If you or someone on your campus wants to take a role at the council level, we'll have descriptions what's there, and please come out. And if you don't want a chair or a VP or whatever position, we have a lot of committees that you can serve on and get involved at a higher level in the district. Our spring training extravaganza will be at the Watton Center on February 22nd from 9 to 12. We will have babysitting available. We encourage you all to come out and get training on all the things that we need for the close of the year. So elections and nominating committees and financial reconciliations and all the fun stuff we need to do to close out our year. If you have anyone on your local campus that may be interested in being on your local boards or want to understand some of these positions, they can come out. This is an open event for anybody. So they can come out and see what things are about, see if they might be interested in doing something. We have a big community event coming up on March 1st. It's called Patrol Stories. It is a promotion of student safety by fostering a positive community relationship with our first responders. It's geared towards K through 8. It's a lot of police officers that do this on the side. They get in costumes and they hype the kids up and stuff. We will have a link to a video on what that event is about. It will be hosted at Newman Smith. Ticket information is coming soon. We have Rally Day coming at the end of February. That is when all of the PTAs across the state converge on Austin to advocate for public schools. We are looking at different types of possible transportation options from the district, but we will have more information. We're setting up meetings with legislators that are amongst our CFB community so we can talk to them directly. So hopefully some people will feel like getting up really early and driving down to Austin. Now, we are ready for our December awards. Every month we give awards to campuses that have met challenges. For December, we did a Winter Event Award, and we are recognizing for their Reindeer Run, Perry Middle School, who worked in conjunction with Carrollton and Central Elementaries. They did the event together. So if you guys want to come up, representatives from those 3 campuses. So Perry, Carrollton, and Central. So thank you very much. This was a great thing where middle school partnered with the 2 elementary schools and put on a really good event for our kids. In February, instead of doing a January challenge at the February board meeting, we'll be recognizing all the campuses that receive the Golden Apple for their campus, which is every staff member being a member of PTA on the campus. So that's what we'll do for recognition in February. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. Appreciate it. And our final, but definitely, it's the old saying, least but last or whatever. Donna Wall, the Education Foundation, one of the special things happening.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Eldridge.
Yeah, now we're on. President Shackman and esteemed school board members, I want to take an opportunity to, along with the school district and others, thanks school board members for your service during School Board Recognition Month. We are so grateful for you all each and every day, so thank you very much. In December, we were excited to report a donation to the school district for a bundle of innovative grants. I don't know if you remember, a lot's happened since then, but we were a little bit reserved, kind of buttoned up, and a little bit quiet about the details of those grants. And, well, here's why. Yesterday, in our annual tradition of surprise campus and classroom grant reveals, we awarded grants to 9 different campuses / centers and locations to 20 different recipients. It's a huge, big deal. We're so grateful to be able to award these innovative grants. The Innovative Grant Reveal Day code name, we'll change it for next year. Code name Operation Capricorn is our most highly regarded secret event communicated on a need-to-know basis, strictly. Recipients were caught by surprise when the group of revelers started the parade down the hallways with balloons and noisemakers and tambourines and lots of shouting and cheering. The band of revelers included members of the Ed Foundation, members of the school board, our superintendent, district senior leaders, donors, and community partners. I will say that it is humbling to have the opportunity to recognize and thank our educators and leaders and know that these projects and these programs will make a difference in the lives of so many CFB students for so many years to come. Additionally, the day gives us a chance to think about how we can continue to serve and to thank all of our CFB family, educators, and staff. Our educators bring innovation to our classrooms daily, and in our eyes, all grant writers, all grant candidates are winners. Now is a good time for me to plug the Education Foundation grants. There are three things, of course, three things to remember. One, the foundation offers multiple ongoing grants. Number two, those grants are available year-round. And number three, the biggest of all, they're available to all CFB employees. As always, we hope you'll stay tuned and watch for us on social media. We still have some additional January surprises that we've got up our sleeves that I'm sworn to secrecy. This concludes our report, and thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wall. There's nothing quite like bouncing down a bumpy Carrollton street in an old yellow dog bus and getting to give away money. So we had a great day yesterday.
It's a lot of fun. It's the best day ever.
It was a great day.
Thank you.
If there is anyone that would need to step out and leave the meeting, this would be a good time to do that before we move to our next agenda item. The next item posted on our agenda is audience for guests. Persons wishing to speak at audience for guests have filled out an electronic form, submitted it online prior to the deadline today, which is always 5 o'clock before meetings. Ms. Canada, we have 3 forms that have been submitted. Before we begin, I will remind our audience that members of the board are not allowed under Texas open meeting law to respond to public comments directly. They will address any agenda items when they are listed on the agenda. So the first person that's going to speak that is coming up will have 3 minutes with which to speak. There's the timer. And the first speaker is Anna Adamo.
My name is Anna Adamo, and I'm proud to represent Rosemead Elementary PTA this evening as its board president. I'm aware the board cannot comment nor respond to any questions that may be posed. This is a hard time for many, and the emotional toll has already made an impact. It's going to get harder still. First, tonight I'll address district communication and timeline failures regarding fiscal and facilities concerns. It can be better, and we beg you to hear our pleas for more. Additionally, I'll speak to the magic and culture of Rosemead Elementary. It's unmatched and immovable, it's wide-reaching, and cannot be replaced. This is a hard time. The district message of "don't worry, no campuses have been named" has been ineffective and out of touch. It's taking too long, and your families have been left in the dark until very recently regarding potential closures and plans for what happens next. You waited too long, and your families are going to bear the stress of last-minute change and emotional conversations with children who will struggle to understand the whys. We need you, and we need more. Acknowledge that this is a hard time for all of us. Communicate more and with more transparency. You do not have to have all the answers. Have a plan. How are transfers going to be handled once the report's presented? Will families have options? Will we have suggestions? How will you comfort our beloved teachers and staff once campuses are announced? We implore you to have a plan in place immediately upon release of the report. Do not wait to communicate with your families until after listening to tours. It's too late. We need your leadership. We need your comfort. We need you to acknowledge the concerns, face them head on, and be better prepared. About Rosemead, when reviewing your data-driven reports as to the facilities master plan, recognize that there is more to a campus than hard data. There are staff members at Rosemead who have welcomed their hearts to students for over 25 years. There are families who have worked tirelessly to carry on our tradition of once a Roadrunner, always a Roadrunner for literally generations of families. Please look into your own data as it relates to transfers into Rosemead. Over the past 3 years, we've seen our numbers go down, and yet we hear from parents who are zoned for that school that even they had to jump through hoops to get their child into pre-K because Rosemead was full, though class sizes are not maxed. Rosemead Elementary has the highest number of in-district transfers of any CFB elementary school. There's a discrepancy here when the data shows declining enrollment, but families continue to want to transfer to Rosemead year after year and are facing roadblocks and being turned away. Rosemead has never been assigned a program of choice, though we still maintain transfer numbers higher than those of most elementaries in the district, even higher than campuses with academies. The reputation, the tenured staff, the consistent high performance, and that special Rosemead magic continue to draw families to our school year after year. We're a very proud PTA made up of hundreds of parents ready to help ensure the flame of that Rosemead magic stays alight and remains strong. Our parent involvement and active PTA makes us uniquely prepared to support a large number of transfer students. The magic of Rosemead can't be replicated. It cannot be scooped up and easily placed at another campus. I humbly request you consider the intangibles as you prepare to make some very difficult decisions. We ask that you not only look at the data points, but consider the community network and involvement, support systems for the district, and a high-functioning team of parents and teachers that would be dissolved by a closure of a campus like Rosemead. Instead, remember that Rosemead's full of teachers and parents who make it their collective mission to not only welcome newcomers, but also bring them into our culture, introduce our traditions, and make sure every family and staff person knows that they have a place and a part in making Rosemead a unique place where we all learn and a place where we can all grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adamo. Our next speaker is Aria Dean.
Tonight, I speak to the board as a concerned parent, citizen, and staff member of CFB, carrying the weight of questions, concerns, and responsibilities, not just for my family, but for the communities that we all serve. We understand that school consolidation is inevitable, declining enrollment, the rising cost of living, the expansion of school choice voucher programs, and the state's refusal to adequately fund public education have left districts like ours with few alternatives. Consolidation is more than adequacy and utilization. It's about people, it's about our students, our families, our communities, and we deserve better than being left in the dark. The Facility Planning Advisory Group was formed in fall of 2024 with 3 meetings. By the 3rd meeting, the group came to a consensus on criteria used for recommendations for consolidation, but did not disclose this to the public. This was on December 4th. On the evening of December 9th, Louisville ISD School Board voted to close 5 elementary schools. On the morning of December 10th, a concerned CFB parent started a change.org petition regarding a CFB neighborhood school's uncertain future and posted it on social media. In the afternoon of December 10th, the neighborhood school was informed that the superintendent would be filming a super segment at the school. On December 12th, the super segment was filmed at the neighborhood school, and the superintendent assured staff that their school is not closing. On December 18th, CFB publicly announced the Facility Planning Advisory Group on its website. On December 19th, the super segment was posted on social media. This timeline of events could be coincidental, or it may be an effect of the district's lack of transparent communication, inducing fear, distrust, rumor spreading, and a deep sense of insecurity within the CFB community. The current timeline states the board will vote on March 6th, but we should have more information by now. Our communities need answers quickly because these decisions impact our futures. Parents must make choices about school transfers, schools and their transfers, commutes, and teachers must make choices on their careers, and no one can plan when critical information is unavailable. What will happen to our children's education, our careers, our cultures, our neighborhoods, our communities? We deserve transparency and swifter timelines. The impact of consolidation on our most vulnerable populations cannot be understated. What is the district's plan to ensure students with disabilities are supported throughout this transition? The district failed to be transparent during the 24 special education program consolidation. Families were informed of program changes and school relocation via a letter in the mail after summer had already started, disrupting their lives without proper preparation or support. During this time, what safeguards will the district provide to prevent further harm to these marginalized children and their families? The district is not able to avoid consolidation, but they are able to openly communicate and transparently communicate regarding this process. So this is a moment for CFB, for us to lead with clarity, empathy, and care, to provide the support and resources needed so that our children not only survive this transition, but thrive in the future that our district is helping to shape. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Our last speaker is Annette Reese.
Good evening. Dudley Branch is an offshoot of the Elm Fork Trinity River. When I refer to Dudley Branch tonight, I will be speaking specifically about the creek that runs behind Creekview High School and next to Timber Creek Park. This is a bag of 100 tennis balls. These 100 tennis balls are just a part of the 1,021 tennis balls collected from the Dudley Branch Creek bed since I started reporting trash picking efforts with the City of Carrollton in December of 2021. The over 1,000 tennis balls collected behind Creekview doesn't include the more than 200 tennis balls collected downstream. A few more numbers related to Dudley Branch. There have been 17 documented trash picks using 41 volunteers with a total volunteer time of between 65 and 75 hours and collecting 112 bags of trash, along with many large items like 5 white barrels that had chemical warning labels on them, car and bike tires, large canvas coolers, sports bags, and even most recently, a porta potty door. Administration of Creekview High School was contacted by City about the problem in February of 23 and again in February of 24. With this collaboration between the administration at CHS and the city, the amount of trash behind Creekview High School has subsided somewhat. Additionally, after speaking with Mr. Sulak recently, I feel confident there will be a greater cleanup efforts going forward. However, based on the 2 trash picks this month that yielded 15 trash bags and 324 tennis balls, the problem has not subsided enough and requires more attention and greater efforts. So far, the cleanup efforts have been reactive. To truly address the problem, I am here tonight to solicit your help with taking a more proactive approach to the amount of trash invading the Dudley Branch ecosystem. Please consider putting some type of barrier between the mow line and the natural creek bed to prevent trash from getting into the creek. This barrier will not only hold back the trash, but will make it much easier for organizations like the Creekview Community Service Plus that has an adopt-a-spot at that area to pick up the trash. It would be great to get the school community involved in these efforts, not only to be more proactive, but to help mitigate the cost to do so. Eagle Scout projects, athletic booster clubs, city council, woodworking, construction, biology classes could all provide knowledge, time, and materials. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to a resolution that addresses the trash problem from a more proactive view that allows greater sustainability for Dudley Branch, not only behind Creekview, but downstream as well.
Ms. Reese, thank you very much. And this concludes our audience for guests portion. Our next agenda item is item 4, non-action items for discussion. First up is financial update. We're going to turn things over to Ms. Carla Settle.
Good evening, President Shackman, Dr. Eldridge, and members of the board. I wanted to take this month's financial update as an opportunity to give a high-level review of the budget process as it kicks off this, or rather ramps up this semester. It is intended to be a discussion that might inspire questions that arise for the following meetings. And in light of the legislative session commencing on the 14th, I would just like to remind the district we should be cautious on building a budget on hope that public education might see any of the $24 billion of the state surplus. A key understanding of the CFB ISD funding is that the majority of the state funding passes through the school finance formula. 95% of the spendable pie is controlled by the state funding template. In order to create a balanced budget, revenue projections are determined and expenditures have to be adjusted to that pie. I want to remind everybody the school funding formula is like a glass of water. The state determines the size of that glass, and the district does not get any say on how big the glass is needed. Filling the glass is a shared responsibility between the state and the district. If the district overfills the glass with their local property taxes, then the district remits those funds back to the state, commonly known as recapture. Another dimension of that pie factors in special student characteristics that make Tier 1 per student vary in comparison between state and peer districts. And at the end of the day, the only way to increase the pie is to increase the number of students, frequency of attendance, or increasing our local tax rate, and of course, legislative changes that we are hopeful to see realized in May. The last change from Austin that we saw occurred in 2020. But since then, the Consumer Price Index has increased an additional 24.6% since 2019. The state's basic formula funding per student has not changed. And again, just like everything else, one of the most critical factors is students. Just like our goals start with students, the pie is driven by enrollment and how often they attend school. Our most recent demographers' projections show a slow, steady decline, which as a CFO who projects revenue, I appreciate. Much like my neighbors, it's much sharper. However, we are probably in our last year of 24,000 students. And I updated this trend in our fund balance based on our most current audit. In previous years, towards the right of the graph, you can see at the very bottom, we've enjoyed a very healthy fund balance, some years all the way up to 6 months. However, as we continue to adopt budget deficits, that does cut away at that healthy fund balance. And so the time for strategic move is this year. Maybe. So let's move forward with our budget calendar. First of all, our budget roles and responsibilities, they're driven just like our goals for Vision 2020. Everything passes from the board's expectations all the way down to the budget managers. So Board of Trustees, you are in the middle of the Vision 2030 process. And as the leadership team, we will analyze requests and be strategic that whatever we put in front of you aligns to those priorities. We'll work with all the budget owners this spring, and at the end of the day, my team will make sure that the pie is accurately projected and that we compile a budget and hold the line on balancing that budget. You've seen this calendar before, and I'll probably include it on every financial update so you can see I'm a methodical checklist person, so I love to see a gray section when we've completed that. So in January, we are in the throes of instructional budget planning. Then we progress to our department budget meetings. And as soon as Ms. Holcomb adopts or presents her calendar, we can finish our payroll calendar development. Next month, we'll start on staffing and start developing our payroll snapshot, which is 80% of our budget. And then we will review non-payroll with our budget owners. We have a lot of other projects going on in the spring, but we have a zero focus on presenting a balanced budget at the end of the year. So I just wanted to make sure you heard that commitment. Before the Finance Committee meeting committee update had mentioned that we do have several meetings scheduled for this spring where we will be reviewing the components of what drives a budget development. And so after the May Finance Committee meeting, we hope to present the preliminary budget draft in June. And that is my presentation.
Great, thank you, Ms. Settle. Board members, do you have any questions?
I was going to ask about the fund balance. Do we have a minimum requirement for that? Because I can see the trend downwards.
Yes, ma'am. The state, through the first report, recommends that you keep at least 2 months of fund balance, but the board policy recommends 3.
Thank you.
And just to clarify on that, especially to those who are watching online or whatever, a month's worth of fund balance is how much?
I apologize, I didn't write that down, but
it's okay.
you take the entire budget of operating expenditures and you divide it by 12. So depending on the size of your pie that year, it can vary.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
No worries.
Other questions, board members? Yes, Mr. Carson.
And I know we were in that audit committee meeting earlier today. So my question is, speaking of the general fund, locally, other CFOs, other areas, I know this is not just an emphasis on CFB, their general funds are looking like?
Yeah, unfortunately, we have a lot of neighbors that are living with a 1 to 2 months fund balance, and there are even districts in Dallas County that will be in crisis mode and borrowing for payroll because that is the state of school funding this year.
Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hatfield.
I just want to add on to that it has been a commitment of this board that we are not to get in that place. That is not for our community and will not be acceptable, which is another reason why we are making strategic decisions to carry this district forward. You can even see in the fund balance, we got up towards to 6 months because we were cautious and careful and conservative to hold the line to make sure we had extra in there. But we have to take care of our staff. And to be able to take care of our staff and have high quality educators, we have to pay them a livable wage to the best of our ability. And so we have to make some tough decisions because we can't let our fund balance, which that's the district's savings account. Our savings account must stay whole. And so we have to make some tough decisions, and we have. Dr. Eldridge and her team, the budget mitigation strategies that they've put in place and shared with the board, they've made a very diligent effort to cut expenditures. So I want to thank you for that. And then I also just wanted to highlight, I really appreciate that we are going to receive the staffing ratios in the April meeting. I think that's something that's very important for us to see what the plan is on the student-to-teacher ratio. We all know that instruction is where the real magic happens. And so I appreciate the attention to showing us the staffing ratios.
See no other questions. Thank you, Ms. Settle. We appreciate the information. Next up, Chris Moore, Facilities Master Plan Update.
Thank you, Mr. Shackman, trustees, Dr. Eldridge. Tonight I wanted to review the Facilities Planning Advisory Group, specifically the criteria, how it's being used, where we are in the timeline, in the evaluation process, and then a high-level touch on how we're supporting our parents and our staff. But before we begin, I wanted to just, the advocacy that we saw before, that's greatly appreciated. I mean, that part of the process that we're looking at, that tells the story it speaks volumes to the individual experiences of people and families and students and teachers here in the district at their campuses. And that is something that we take great pride in. That's something that we embrace, and that's something that we are looking to not just preserve, but to expand and bring to other campuses through maximizing our efficiencies. Before I get into the specific criteria, I know October and November were the last two times that we spoke at this board meeting about the Facility Planning Advisory Group. So I kind of wanted to back up and reset the Planning Advisory Group. Of course, it was comprised of 86 people is where it began. We solicited each of our campuses, each of our principals, for teachers, for PTA members, for parents, for business owners, for community members, because we wanted them to be part of the process. So it could be open, so it could be transparent, so we could get their feedback from the outset. To have an open door so we could get that criteria, get that feedback. That is the formation of this Facilities Planning Advisory Group. And the purpose you see there, it was to set the criteria for us to go in and assess and make our portfolio decisions, to set that criteria so we can compare it to our buildings, to our campuses. So when we're looking at these pieces, and really from that year-long study of the Wolper data, capacity utilization, so we could take that criteria, assess it against our portfolio, and bring those recommendations to you as the board. We set 4 meetings from the outset. You see the 3 check boxes on October through December, and that is because the committee was very, very diligent. We got done in 3. We did not need that December 18th meeting, and so that allowed us an extra 2 weeks before we got on break to begin looking at that criteria and comparing it to what we were looking at with our facilities and our demography report and all that information. Meetings 2 and 3, shifting specifically to the criteria. Of course, meeting 1, that was October 30th, and that was kind of setting the stage, the who, what, when, where, why, and how of where we got to forming this committee and the year-long study that went into it, the 8-9-month study rather, with the capacity utilization, EdSpets, et cetera. And then in meeting 2 and 3, we focused on the criteria. Meeting 2, analyzing the data and beginning that criteria development. Table work, wall charts, gallery walks. That was the deep data dive meeting. It was clear at meeting 1, people were ready to look at things and get into it, and meeting 2 is where we dove into that data to really begin looking at the criteria. Meeting 2 is where we established those 4 categories you see: condition and adequacy, cost for quality, location, and utilization. Meeting 3, it was solely focused on gaining consensus on the criteria. The way we did that was focusing within each of those categories, and there were really two conditions that we were looking at. We wanted to look at considerations and desired outcomes within each of those 4 areas. Condition and adequacy, keeping in mind with the condition and adequacy of the building, that's the age, that's alignment with current teaching practices. A building that was constructed in 1956 does not take into consideration things that are in play today in 2023. The cost for quality, the staffing levels, prioritization of location, program alignment, the location of the facilities themselves, serving all the areas of the neighborhoods that it's around within its feeders and its zones, and then the flexibility of the site, how the site can be accessed, any one-off considerations, safety, different pieces, and then the utilization. And again, that's a district-wide focus, not just the individual school, so because it's got to work in the whole district's premise in order for the utilization to be effective. And so what I did for the purpose of tonight's meeting, I focused solely on the utilization, pulled out utilization, and this is what we did at that 3rd meeting. We took each of those 4 categories. Looking at utilization, we worked with our folks who were there guiding the meetings, Wolpert, that gathered the data. They helped guide through these as well. And within each of those 4 categories, we looked at a desired outcome and we looked at a consideration. Some of those 4 categories had 4 to 5 desired outcomes and 4 to 5 considerations within them. Utilization specifically had one desired outcome and those three considerations. Utilization, the target was 85% utilization district-wide amongst all of our facilities, and plan for minimum campus utilization at 75% and a maximum utilization at 90%. Those were the desired outcomes. Those were the guideposts, if you will, from the advisory group for utilization, and then some of the specific considerations that they wanted to add into the documentation was to ensure within that utilization that the classrooms, the capacities are adjusted for programmatic needs, special ed, newcomers. This is a district where we have 7 to 8, 9% of our students are newcomers. So again, a classroom constructed in 1956 is not going to take into account everything that we do to teach all of our students today. Counseling needs, special education needs. So just because we're looking at a target capacity of 85% doesn't mean we're just going to force kids into rooms that aren't set for that. That was a consideration. Balance the enrollment across the district. If we're going to target these utilization numbers, there needs to be balanced enrollment. Enrollment caps, rezoning, which the demographer's information that you all received in December is a key piece of that. Managing the transfers within that aspect of things in order to balance out the capacity. That was a consideration. And then it was clear that they wanted to, that advisory group wanted to prioritize maintaining the high school feeder patterns. And so we looked at that, again, in each of those 4 categories. Those were the desired outcomes and the considerations with the utilization. After we, as a group, discussed those things, after the advisory group discussed those things, it was put to a vote. We established the criteria framework, looking within each of those categories, and that was the question posed to the advisory group members that night. Do you support the desired outcome listed for condition and adequacy, listed for cost for quality, in each of those categories? And you can see 97, 93, 93, and 98%. No, there was no support less than 93% within each of those 4 categories by the individuals who were there that night to wrap it up. And so we again, kudos to that group for getting done in that 3rd meeting, because it allowed us 2 more weeks before we went on winter break to begin diving into this, folding it into the facility information, the capacity utilization, ed specs, all of those pieces that we looked at for the 8 or 9 months prior, and begin coupling that and folding that into the demographer's information, because that was an extensive report. And so that was what we were able to do in concluding that piece 1 week or 2 weeks early, rather. And so kind of the next steps, where we are currently. January, we're in that obviously. In February, we're going to continue putting together, comprehensive is an understatement, the materials development that we're looking at. Combining that with the capacity utilization, combining that with the ed specs, the year-long assessment, combining that with the demographer's information. Remember that a big portion of this, when you're discussing consolidations, certainly there would be rezoning around any campus that is consolidated, but we as a district had not rezoned in upwards of 20 years, and so the rezone expands beyond just the consolidated campuses. And so that's how we've ended up with counts of elementary that have more students than middle schools that have more counts of students than high schools, and so looking at all of those pieces is an intricate fold into it, and then combining that into a package that can be understood and explained by all in preparation for that February 6th board meeting. The week of February 6th, notifying the principals at the campuses that have been identified for consolidation, getting with them one-on-one, explaining the process, what it looks like moving forward, hearing their concerns, sharing the support that they're going to receive from them one-on-one so they can process it in anticipation of that February 6th board presentation. And by the way, these are the next steps that were shared this morning at the Team CFB, so all the principals are aware of this. This is the 3rd or 4th time that we've visited with them about it. We've tailored it every time. These were the next steps we talked about. February 6th board presentation, that is an information only meeting. There is no vote at that meeting. That is where the materials and all of the package will be shared, again, to talk through and walk through how we got where we got, and answer the questions in the presentation. The morning of Friday, February 7th, we'll have faculty meetings. We will split up as a superintendent's leadership team, go to the campuses that are impacted, be there before school to visit with them, with the principals, the teachers, and the staff, reassure them, talk to them, hear their concerns, reassure them of the next steps. In the weeks of February 10th and February 17th, we're going to have campus listening tours at the campuses impacted for the families, for the parents, to hear their concerns, hear their thoughts, share the process, and explain things to them. And then March 6th, we will take that information that's gathered at those feedback tours, and we'll come back to you as a board on March 6th for the recommendation, and that would be a meeting where we would go for a formal vote. What have we done to this point as far as, I just wanted to revisit what we've shared. We've had communication channels that have gone out from the district. Each of the campuses has posted via their social media. We've utilized Parent Square immensely. We've developed the standalone website for facilities planning for future success. It's on our website, linked from our homepage. That is where there's a current active list of FAQs there. That is the site that we will update as this gets underway after the 6th. And so that the dates and the information there. We have created a standalone email, askcfb at cfbisd.edu for feedback. We've created a hotline for parents to call. Because in this day and age, we want to communicate as much as we can. We also know that there's a lot of mistruths and things that can get out there, and so we want this to be the standalone site. If you want the information, if you want the details, you want the dates, you want the timelines, you want all of those things, it's right there, easily accessible from our website and through our social media platforms. Just one final note to just kind of touch on. One thing that I do want to make clear is that we're going to support all of our families and all of our staff. No doubt this is a challenging topic. No doubt we are not alone in any of this. But there is no doubt that we want everyone not to just hear, but to believe and to feel and experience the support that we are going to give them. Change is hard, and it can be hard when you're transitioning school communities. We want to welcome everyone from a campus that may be consolidated into their new campus. We have plans in place for that throughout the spring to open the doors, learn the mascot, learn the traditions of the new campuses, preserve the traditions and the sanctity of the former campuses. We're putting together resources to help parents have discussions with their children, how to talk about and transition through change. Explain the process of what the rezone looks like, explain the process of what registration looks like, explain the process of what transferring looks like, and all of that will be clear and readily available as part of that February 6th presentation. That's mirrored for staffing. Had a really good conversation with the principal this afternoon after Team CFB, one of the principals who was on the advisory group, and got some good feedback reaching out from her. Happy to share in anticipation of the questions that the teachers may ask, the staff may ask. So we've already engaged with other principals on that committee to ensure that we answer as many questions and relieve as much angst and concern as possible. So that's, again, just an overview of where we were with the criteria and kind of the next steps and the processes. And with that, I will take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Challenging, but important. Thank you. Board members' questions? Ms. Hatfield?
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for the presentation and the additional information. Definitely some needed information for parents. You mentioned in your timeline you have the board vote on March 6th, but you also mentioned on February 6th we'll have the presentation information only, and that you guys are developing materials. At what point will parents see that information about if your campus were to be retired, then this will be the process? Will they get that information after February 6th, or will that information go live on March 6th?
After we present to you all, it will be live to parents.
Okay, so parents will have that month to start to begin
Yes, ma'am.
processing and thinking and prepare themselves for that vote. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. What about, and you said faculty means that staff, and this is going to be central office in service of campus. You guys are going and will be active in that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. I think that's all I have. Thank you for the information. I think the mental health aspect is critically important, so I really appreciate the attention to detail and ensuring that we're thinking ahead. And I think that releasing information to parents so that they can begin thinking and processing and preparing for their pathway beginning after the February 6th presentation is important. So I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield. Other board members, Ms. Garza Rosas.
And just to echo Ms. Hatfield, can we just, as a district, make sure that we do notify our parents? A lot of our parents don't receive some of our parent square or are not on social media to stay alert to what's going on. So as long as we have an effective plan and ensure that communication is presented to our families, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We are in lockstep with the communications department, heavily involved in that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Board members? I see none. Mr. Moore, thank you very much. Good presentation. Board members, here in my notes is the question, do you want to take a break? Do we want to take a 5-minute break? Or do we want to just press through? Okay, let's press through. If you are here and you need to or want to choose to leave, I'd encourage you to do so at this time. Okay, we will go ahead and proceed with our agenda, and we're now at item 5, our consent agenda. The consent agenda is a mechanism that the board uses to approve a number of routine items together with a single vote. In compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act, the public notice for this meeting includes a list of all consent agenda items, and the board has been provided information about all of these items in advance. Prior to any action on the consent agenda, board members may request withdrawal of individual items for clarification or discussion. Board members, is there any interest in removing any item? No, we're going to proceed with the consent. So I'm ready to accept a motion. Ms. Hatfield, I saw it of the left eye first.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
We want to, Ms. Brady?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Board members are ready to take a vote. So all in favor, please raise your hand. None opposed, so Ms. Canada, you got those numbers for us. Okay. Item 6 on our agenda is discussion items or action items. It would start with the dealing with any agenda items removed from the consent agenda. There were none, so we'll bypass 6A and go to 6B. Consider and approve the district annual comprehensive financial package.
I'm back. President Shackman and Dr. Eldridge, members of the board. You know, a financial audit actually starts 3 years in advance whenever you develop a budget, and then you kick off the year, and by the time the year is closed, then you have another 5 or 6 months that you complete the audit. And so for this product, and that Roger Tovar, our partner with Whitley Penn, is going to present, I just wanted to take one quick moment to recognize some folks who really don't like recognition. But Patty Espinosa, our Director of Accounting, and our Director of Budget, Carlos Statsny, they are an integral part of the success of the audit every year. And so I just want to publicly thank them. Right. And now I'll turn the mic over to Roger Tovar.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Eldridge. As Carla mentioned, my name is Roger Tovar. I'm an audit partner with Whitley Penn. We're a CPA firm. Here in the state of Texas, we work with quite a few school districts across the state, and we were engaged to perform the audit for your fiscal year 24. We'll have a presentation that goes over that audit and those results. I'll start off with the purpose of the audit. So the purpose of the audit at the end of the day is to issue an opinion on your financial statements. As you can see on the screen, there's a few options there. We can issue, or we can have a disclaimer, and whenever that's the case, you know, we come in, we'll start the audit. There's really nothing to corroborate the information. At that point, that's when the disclaimer kicks in. A qualified opinion is another option, and that's typically when there's a departure from GAAP, or there's a scope limitation of some kind. And at the very bottom there, you see the unmodified opinion. That is the clean opinion, the highest level of assurance that you can obtain on your financial statements. As far as the audit process, it is a long process for the audit. So we'll start with the planning phase of the audit. That includes a risk assessment. That risk assessment is going to drive the audit and is going to determine what kind of audit procedures we're going to be performing. Then we'll look at your internal controls as a whole. From those internal controls, we're going to identify the key controls. From those key controls, we might test some controls in detail. We might perform walkthroughs over other key controls. And then once we perform that testing, we'll move over to the substantive testing, which is testing your actual account balances. And so those audit procedures are going to be determined on the prior two steps. And then that leads over to the final step there, which is where we are today, issuing an opinion on the financial statements. As far as those internal controls that I mentioned earlier, based on that risk assessment, you can see on the screen here, these are the controls that we consider to be significant to the district. So we have other revenues, mainly the revenue generated in your child nutrition fund. We also have your non-payroll, and then obviously your payroll, since that is a significant expenditure for the district. We also look into IT, procurement, compliance, federal and state procurement compliance, and then also your federal testing, which is also compliance testing over your major programs. As far as the substantive testing or procedures that we perform, there's several that we can perform, and that really depends. Again, that goes back to that risk assessment, and that's really going to dictate how we're going to test some of your account balances. So we can perform some analytical procedures. We can perform some predictive testing, some vouching. In some cases, we might confirm with third parties, such as your financial institutions, and then for other areas, we might obtain payment reports from TEA or any other information, such as payment ledgers, summary of finances directly from TEA. As far as your audit results, I did mention as far as the different options in the opinion on your financial statement. So we did issue an unmodified opinion on your financial statement. Again, that is the highest level of assurance that you can obtain. We don't have any findings related to financial reporting. We also have no findings related to compliance. So overall, it was a clean audit. One other thing that we are required to perform is what we call a single audit. So this is triggered Whenever an entity receives over $750,000 in federal funding, the school district obtained over $32 million in federal funding. So that triggered what we call a single audit, which requires for us to come in, perform again that risk assessment, and determine what federal programs we're going to be testing. This year, the major programs were your ESSER funding, your Title I, Title II, and Title III. So there were actually 4 major programs. For each of those major programs, we're required to determine the compliance requirements and to make sure that the school district is compliant and that the school district also has controls over those compliance requirements. For those major programs, we also issued an unmodified opinion over each major program, and we also have no internal control findings or compliance findings for each of those major programs. As far as your financial statements, so we have your government-wide financial statements, and so this slide and the next one is going to be government-wide, which includes all your funds. It's full accrual. It includes all your long-lived assets, such as capital assets. It also has your long-term liabilities, such as your bonds, and then has your net position at the very bottom there. So as far as your total assets, you do have for fiscal year 24, at the end of fiscal year 24, there's about $1.37 billion in assets. Within those assets, you have $712.6 million in capital assets. And then in cash and investments, there's about $637.5 million. Your deferred outflows and inflows relate to your pension and OPEB liabilities. And then on your liability side, you have $906.5 million. Within those $906 million, you have bonds, which is the majority of that. That's $692.7. And then your pension liability is $123.8, and your OPEB liability is $48.7. Once you net all that out, at the end of the year, you have a total net position of $449.2 million. On the other side of that statement, you have your statement of activities, which details your revenues and expenses. So for revenues, you have 413.8, which within that you have 53.6 in program revenues. Your general revenues, which includes your state aid and property taxes, is $360.2 million. And then on your expenses total for the year, 403.3. Your change in that position was an increase of $10.4 million. And so the next few slides is going to focus only on your general fund. So your actual revenues for the general fund was 288.5, which was under budget, final budget by $110 million. Your actual expenditures was $301.1 million, which was under budget by $108.6. Your fund balance in your general fund decreased $9.8 million, and then at the end of fiscal year 24, that fund balance is sitting at $134.2 million. This is a breakdown of your revenues in the general fund. You can see your property taxes was just a little bit under $230 million. That makes up about 80% of your revenues in the general fund. Your next one there will be your state aid, which is about $25.4 million for the year. That makes up about 9% of your revenues. And then you can see the breakdown of the other categories there. For your expenditures in your general fund, you can see 62% of that, or $185.4 million out of the 301, is related to instruction and related services. You then have support services, which is about 14%, and then you can see the breakdown of your other expenditures there. As far as your fund balance in the general fund, unassigned fund balance as a percentage of expenditures, you can see there for fiscal year 24 was 30%. Your unassigned fund balance is 91.6 for fiscal year 24. Once you compare that to your operating expenditures, you're sitting at 30%, which is roughly about 110 days. You can see that similar calculation for the previous 4 years, when the district has been around 30% for the last 4 years. And then as far as required communication, as auditors, we are required to communicate a few things to you. So we do have an engagement letter. We were engaged to perform the audit. That was signed back in April. That risk assessment that I mentioned earlier incorporates management override controls as well as revenue recognition. into our audit procedures. We also review some of your accounting policies, and we consider those to be in accordance with industry standards. We did not have any disagreements with management or any difficulties during the audit, and we're also, as a firm, we're independent of the district. We are not aware of any situations in which management consulted with other accountants on accounting or financial reporting matters. We also, throughout the audit, we discussed the application of accounting principles and auditing standards, and our response to those inquiries was not a condition to our retention as auditors. As far as accounting estimates, the only one that we consider to be significant on your financial statements was the state aid calculation. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tovar. Any questions? It's exciting to, once again, which is as our tradition runs, to get an unqualified audit. Well, we thank you for all the hard work that your firm brought to us, supporting us in our educational. One last opportunity. Any questions? Okay, Mr. Tovar, thank you for bringing this report. Our next item is the consideration to approve the 25-26 academic calendar. Yes.
Mr. Shackman, did we need to
Oh,
vote
I should have
to
taken a
approve,
motion for that,
the
Yeah.
financial report?
but I did thank you.
I know.
Yeah. Ms. Holcomb, I will ask you to wait just a minute, and we will go ahead. This item is coded for action, and so as such, do I have a motion to accept? Ms. Brady?
I make the motion to approve the audit report as submitted.
Have a motion from Ms. Brady, second. Ms. Celiana Garza Rosas, second. So we have a motion and a second to accept the report as presented, the financial report. Board members, any other questions? No? So please indicate your agreement with the motion by raising your hand. Ms. Canada, that's unanimous. Okay, Mr. Tovar, now thank you.
Thank you, Dee. Good evening, Mr. Shackman, Dr. Eldridge, and distinguished members of the board. I am here this evening to present the academic calendar considerations for the 25-26 calendar school year. I'm going to begin with just very briefly overviewing the process that was involved to create the drafts of the calendars. In October, we began the calendar timeline, and I will go into a little bit more detail since that's a little small to read there. In November, we started this year a little differently with doing a staff survey. We really wanted to get the internal stakeholder feedback on what they thought about this year's calendar, and then things they wanted us to strongly consider for the 25-26 calendar. So we did seek that feedback before then creating any of the drafts to ensure that we were meeting the needs of our internal stakeholders. We then, the district calendar committee met. We reviewed the feedback as well as important dates throughout the school year that needed to be considered. We looked at other ISD drafts as well as the Dallas College. And then we also set the district parameters for the 25-26 school year on what was important for us to work around with our drafts that were presented. The next thing that happened was then in December of 2024, the District Improvement Council met. They also provided feedback on our calendar considerations via a survey following our District Improvement Council meeting. And then the District Calendar Committee met also in December, created those 3 drafts that we then wanted to put out for our stakeholders to review and then provide feedback on, and then help us to narrow down from 3 drafts down to 2. So the last part of the timeline, following that, sorry, I'm having some clicking issues here. Okay. The calendar survey went out, and the staff then narrowed down to their top 2 choices. So we went from our 3 drafts down to 2. And then following that, those 2 final calendars went out for all family, staff, stakeholders to vote on from December through the return of the break around January the 6th. Those choices were then communicated, of course, via Parent Square and many other avenues, and Ms. Rodriguez will be reviewing those with us in just a moment. And that brings us to our last timeline, which is tonight, which is the board approval. The staff survey that we received at the initial onset, I thought this was important to share to see what went into planning, what we sought feedback on from our internal stakeholders. One of the things that was very important was that our first day of school, to try to avoid Mondays, they did prefer Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday starts, and so we did try hard to provide options that would avoid that. First semester, overwhelmingly, they would like conclusion of that semester in December, so that when we come back in January, we are starting spring semester. That helps with our high school EOC testing as well as other considerations for instruction. The second semester, also, they strongly preferred concluding by Memorial Day. Professional development days, we try to restrict until after October the 1st. So once we've started school, we do try to wait until at least 6 weeks of instruction have been under our belt before we then pull for any types of staff development. So that was something you'll notice on the calendars. Also, we do have an election day on the calendar this year in November. It was also strongly favored for us to have student holidays on those days, since many of our schools are testing sites. Overwhelmingly, the most favored vote that we had was to consider a full fall break in October, and so that was a consideration this year. We also looked at the first day back. The teachers really overwhelmingly loved the work day this past year. They had time to get prepared for instruction, get their rooms ready, and really be ready for the students on the first day of school before going into staff development. And then the last consideration was the early release days. That was something that was strongly considered, that they would prefer not to have the early release days on the calendars. So with that, we then had our district calendar committee meet, of course, several times. All departments within our district were represented by the district leaders of those departments. They sought feedback within their department, as well as then met to review the feedback from our stakeholders. Our District Improvement Council also then was a strong part of this process, and I want to thank Ms. Hatfield for her service on that committee with us this year, as well as many other community members, parents, faculty, and administrators that are serving on this year's DIC committee. So I'm going to turn the next couple of slides over to Ms. Rodriguez, and I want to thank her for her overwhelming support this year with increased communication. We had the most votes this year than we have had, so I'm thankful for that.
Thank you. So for communication, due to this being an online survey, we wanted to make sure that we were tapping into all of our digital platforms. So of course, once the survey opened, which was Friday, December 20th, the day before break, we did send a Parent Square communication that included a link to the online news story that we also posted, which is on the next slide, that actually talked about the process, gave you a little bit of background on each option, and then the link to the actual survey, which was available in English and Spanish. We also posted on social media starting, so that first Parent Square touch point was on December 20th, and then we posted throughout the break so that folks had an opportunity if they missed it or if they were just checking it out during the break. You know, I know people try to turn it off, but sometimes well, it sounds like, you know, it actually worked. People were checking online, so we did post a couple of times over the break. And we posted a news post on the district website. That news post was also on all campus websites, and we had it as a main banner. It's called a hero image on our district website and the campus websites. So that was up throughout the whole break, throughout the whole period that the survey was open. We also created an FAQ page once we started seeing some questions come through, created that FAQ page, and we also created a district email so folks can email if they had any questions. Now let's pass it back to Ms. Holcomb.
Thank you so much. The extra push in communication was extremely beneficial. I think the extended time for parents to review the calendars over the break was also very helpful because we had lots of questions and things that we could clear up over the break, so that was good. A couple of reminders about requirements of our calendars. HB 2610 and the 84th legislature was passed, and that amended, and basically we don't have a requirement to go a certain number of days, which is what we used to have to do, but now we have to go a minimum of 75,600 minutes. And so the calendars that we adopt to vote must include a minimum of those days. But in addition, the change gives us flexibility to be able to then make adjustments if we have a natural disaster, we have snow days, we have school closures for whatever reason. So that gives us an opportunity to build in time also for staff development, but then also to accommodate if we have to be out for snow days. So we usually build in a little bit more than the 75,600 minutes so that we can then also ensure that we have time to be flexible to accommodate if we have an unexpected outage. Our calendar options also give us a little bit of those extra minutes then to give us that flexibility. We are thankful for those minutes this year when we had the inclement weather, and so we are looking forward to these next calendars also giving us a little bit of a buffer there. We will also have a staff development minute waiver. This has been done in the district for several years. This is a very important waiver because it provides us a maximum exchange of 2,100 total waiver minutes if we chose to use that many for professional development. Both of our calendar options include at least 2 or 3 professional development days that we can exchange for the instructional minutes. That allows us time to then not only have minutes for instruction, but also time for our staff to be prepared for all of the required trainings that TEA requires, things that we need to do within the district to continue staff development, and then also time for our teachers to prepare for instruction. So the 3 options were put out. I'm going to go into the top 2 in more detail, but from the 3 that were put out originally, the second and third option were the 2 that were the highest voted by the internal staff, and those 2 options became our final 2 that were out as options 1 and 2. Those calendar options were both very, very similar as far as the overarching, if you looked at start and stop times, because we did try to hold true to what the internal stakeholders wanted, but there were quite a few differences within the calendar if you really got into it and looked closely month by month. One of the, I'm going to give some highlighted differences. Of course, this is a view of English and Spanish that were both presented. There is 171 instructional days on option 1, where there's 170 days on option 2. Both of those calendars provide staff preparation time before each grading period, with the exception that option 1 had preparation time before the first 9 weeks, second 9 weeks, and third 9 weeks, and the option 2 gave a little bit more preparation time for teachers, and so both of these calendars were giving our teachers a little bit more time in either staff development or preparation time. Those were both very, very important to our teachers to feel like they have time to do proper lesson planning, look at data, and then have time to dive into the lessons that they're going to be teaching. And so that was an increase of what we were able to see on our calendars. If you look at option 1, the start date there was on a Tuesday. And I think both of those calendar options were both starting on Tuesdays. You will see similarities in the August and the September months. In the October day October month is going to be the biggest difference. Option 1 required no additional minutes to the calendar. It was very similar to the calendar we had this year, which was also highly favored. It had a partial break in October, with also then teachers coming back midweek for a work day and then also a professional development day to kind of wind down that second 9 weeks and then prepare for the third 9 weeks. In November, we do have the election day that comes up, and so that day is a preparation, or it's a PD day for teachers, but it's a student holiday. We still built in our 2 staff exchange days, which is something that we do every year that falls during our Thanksgiving break. The Christmas break was a 2-week break on both calendars. That was similar. And then, of course, in March, there was a few differences in the option 1 calendar. We do have a preparation day before that third 9 weeks of instruction, which is different than the second calendar option. And then in April, which is our heavy testing month, you'll notice that there is a Good Friday off around Easter weekend. Then May was very similar to both. We had the last day of school and then, of course, a staff work day to wind down the semester at the end of the year. So that's option 1. And then, of course, here is option 2. And so I've kind of gone through the differences with both of those. The other thing to take note of with option 2, while it does have an additional staff development or staff work day before each 9 weeks, there was also a difference in February around the President's holiday, and that was on, I believe, February the 16th. And so on this calendar, it's a professional development day, and on the prior calendar, there was also a student holiday. So with that, those are the two calendars side by side, and both of them do get out before the Memorial Day break, and then we go right into summer school, usually in the month of June. So the survey results are in. This year, we did have, like I said, the most votes that we've had. We had did y'all want a drum roll? Oh, well, I've already blown it, so. Oh, no, I haven't really blown it. This is actually who voted. So we'll drum roll in a minute. We had 1,787 votes, which I thought was outstanding. And again, shout out to Karen and her team. We worked throughout the break to continue to monitor the comments and feedback that was coming in. One of the other things I'm extremely, extremely proud of is the fact that on our survey this year, we combined all stakeholders into one survey. And so we had students that actually voted. We had parents, we had staff members, and we also separated out a column of if you were a parent and a staff member. And so if you look at the percentages there, we were almost 50% staff and parents. And that is a shout out to our whole community and our parents for taking the time to invest in their vote. That makes me feel very good about what we're looking at and what the stakeholders' voice is and what they prefer. Okay, so don't have to drum roll, but you can see it was overwhelming. We watched this throughout the break just to make sure everything was working properly, and it really never wavered a whole lot. It came out strong at about 75% for option 2, around 25% there for option 1, and so that again was pretty consistent throughout the whole time. And so that was what the voice of all of our stakeholders was. And so this evening, we do seek board approval for the 25-26 calendar for option 2, based on the feedback from all of our stakeholder groups. We are very thankful for your continued support, and we are available for any questions that you might have.
Question from Ms. Garza Rojas.
Thank you so much for all of your hard work, and thank you for the engagement over the Christmas break, because social media works. I mean, the algorithm works. Every time I would open up Facebook, it would have CFB, and if I wanted to take the survey, I can't take it a lot, so just one time is enough. But anyways, my question is, a lot of community members have asked about the 5 minutes. Is it before school? Is it after school? Do we have clarification on that yet?
That's a great question, and I did probably fail to mention that on that second calendar. That was a requirement for that calendar, was a plus 5 minutes. If that is the vote that is approved this evening, we will then reconvene our district administrative team, and we will then look at those options for before or after school. I know we've already visited with Chris Moore and his team. Operations plays a big part of that with our buses and our bus routes and things of that nature. We also looked at this last year, and that was, of course, overwhelmingly decided to put it at the end of the day because our elementary does go already very early in the mornings. And so that is something we will all get together and then look at. So we don't have a hard, fast answer on whether it will be for sure in the morning or the afternoon. But we will have that answer out very, very soon, pending tonight's approval.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments, questions? This item is posted for action. Carolyn?
And thank you for your report. Regarding those minutes, how do you count minutes?
How do we count minutes? That's a great question. So the minutes are based on the instructional school day. And so on the second calendar, for example, that is a 445-minute school day. The option 1 is 440, which is what we're on currently this year. So that calendar has one less day than the first calendar. So when you take the 170 school days and you multiply it by the 445, you get your base number of instructional minutes. Of course, the TEA requires the 75,600, and we're able to then exchange up to 2,100 minutes of our staff development days that start after the first day of school and are before the last day of school. So we can't count the staff development days that are before the students are here. So on that calendar option, there were 3 staff development days. So we would be able to exchange 3 of those days for instructional minutes. So that would keep us from being right at that bare minimum, and we would have some flexibility if there was inclement weather. Both calendar options will bank us around a 1.7, 1.8 minutes-ish, depending on which calendar. That has fared well for us, of course, assuming, knock on wood, that we don't have an extraordinary winter and we're out multiple days. If that were to happen and we use those extra minutes, we also have bad weather days built into the calendar, which everyone hopes we don't have to use, but those are there if we do need to use those. And so the minutes are basically calculated based off of the instructional day. Without adding those, well, if we added the 5 minutes to the 170-day student calendar, that gives us about 870 extra minutes. That's almost 2 school days. And so that does help give us some flexibility then in meeting time for proper preparation for our teachers, as well as not bringing them back too early. You know, when August 1st falls is a really big deal because our teachers are having to come back sometimes in that last part of July. And we also try to keep our students from having to come back too early in August. And so that start and stop time is also really, really critical. Teachers still have to work the 187 required contracted days, and then we still have to get in the 75,600 minutes. So you kind of have to, you know, work the numbers going both ways, but that extra 5 minutes is calculated based off of those minutes that were in school. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I think, you know, spending all the time that we did on the campuses serving hamburgers to our staff, the number one thing that they always wanted to talk to the board about was how wonderful it was to have a break and that it was much needed. So I think, you know, looking at what our teachers need, it was so supportive. You know, I know we all worried about it because you worry, you know, are we feeding kids or, you know, who's going to watch the kids? But we did not receive any email complaints, and I think you all experienced all the positive comments. So I am hesitant though, and to add in the morning when
Yes.
that is so early for our kids already. So I know we need to do our due diligence in looking at that.
Yes, ma'am. I would echo that. I heard that most commonly on the campuses. In fact, it was 84% on that one staff survey question about the break. But it was also interesting. We heard from some students out in the field when we were on campuses that they really enjoyed having that kind of mid-fall time to reset, especially if they were involved in multiple activities and extracurriculars. It allowed them time to kind of take a break from school, do extracurricular activities, and not have to run so hard and fast between September and then waiting until that November break. So we did see some positive benefits from our students as well. But our teachers were overwhelmingly great comments from them as well as our campus administrators.
I would like to echo the student comments. I was at R.L. Turner having my hair washed, and 2 of the students were telling me that, you know, they have to study for exams. And then they also have to watch their you know, little brother or sister, and they were so excited that they had that mental time to study and to prepare for their exams. And they said the half days are so hard.
Yes.
And so that was from our students.
Yes.
I have another question.
Yes.
Thinking about the 5 minutes before or after, what about, or is it considered to take it away from lunch?
Oh, so we have to either extend, either come earlier or stay later, so it has to come on one end or the other.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I see no additional questions or comments. This item is labeled for action. Board members, is there a motion? Ms. Brady?
I make the motion to approve the calendar as presented as option 2.
I have a motion from Ms. Brady. Is there Ms. Garza Rojas as our second? Board members, is there any additional comments now? No, I see none. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That is unanimous, Ms. Canada. All right. Item D, turn it over to Ms. Holcomb. Guess you're already there.
Yes, so I believe item D is an approval for the staff development waiver. And that, as mentioned earlier, would be something that we would file in our Student Services Department. Ms. Katie Bondies will file that for us, and so because option 2 is the approved calendar, there would be 3 PD days that would be in exchange for instructional minutes that will be submitted to TEA. And so that staff development waiver, I believe, also needs to be approved this evening, along with our calendar.
Okay. Question, comment? No? No? Again, this item is marked for action, so we would need a motion to go forward. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Benavides?
I make a motion that we approve the waiver for the 2,100 minutes to be used for professional development for the district.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Benavides. Is there a second?
Is that the right motion? 2,100 minutes?
The motion to approve 6D as approved.
2,100 minutes?
It will actually just be the staff development waiver.
Thank you.
It will not be a total of 2,100 minutes.
Right.
We could go up to that, but we will just do the 3 days as we have planned for now. So I think the approval would just be for the staff development waiver.
Okay, I make a motion that the Board of Trustees approves the submission for and utilization of staff development waivers as presented.
And Ms. Hatfield, and she is seconding that. So I have a motion and a second. Board, any questions, comments? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay.
Thank you very much.
6E, Mr. Marsh.
Dr. Eldridge, President Shackman, esteemed members of the board. On January the 9th and the 10th, CFB experienced emergency closures due to inclement weather. That leads to the question, do students and staff need to make up those days? Fortunately, and Ms. Holcomb referenced the bank minutes in her presentation, we're very fortunate to have bank minutes to where students, if approved, would not have to make up the 2 days. Dr. Eldridge has authorized using those minutes, so students will not have to make up those 2 days. However, bank minutes do not apply to staff. There is a mechanism for staff to be able to have the same advantage. You have the flexibility as listed in policy, and that vehicle or mechanism is a resolution. So it is recommended that a board member read the resolution and that the board approve the resolution so that staff will not make up the 2 days.
Okay, board members, are there questions, discussion? Okay. Then let's go ahead and get a motion and a second, and then we'll read the resolution. Ms.
I move to approve the item, but you'd like a second first before I read it?
We'll read it here. We'll get the second first.
Okay.
Okay. So I have a motion, and Ms. Barnes is seconding that motion. So now, prior to voting to approve the motion, we will read it in its entirety.
All right, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District on January 16th, 2025. Payment of employees during emergency closure. Whereas the recent inclement weather resulted in the closure of all schools and facilities in the Carrollton-Farmers Branch Independent School District, CFB ISD, from January 9th, 2025 to January 10th, 2025, due to inclement weather for the safety of students and staff and the community as a whole. And whereas, through circumstances completely beyond their control, CFB ISD employees were forced to miss work days due to the closure of schools' facilities in operation. And whereas Board Policy DEA Local requires the district to continue to pay employees for their regular duty scheduled during the emergency closure as further provided by this resolution. And whereas the board determines that the public school purpose exists for forgiving or excusing the absences of an employee on days when an employee employee is not able to work due to the closure of school facilities or operations, and now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of CFB ISD that all employees will be compensated for their regular duty schedule during the emergency closure, with the exception of any employee who were required to work during the closure and who was absent from duty for a reason unrelated to the closure. Number 2, non-exempt employees who were required to work on school property during the closure shall be paid at the rate of 1 1/2 times their regular rate of pay for all hours worked up to 40 hours per week as provided by Board Policy DEA Local. And number 3, the board hereby authorizes the superintendent to take steps deemed necessary and appropriate to fulfill the purposes of this resolution. Adopted by a majority vote of the members, which will be considered now.
Coming right now. Okay, we have a motion. It has been seconded. Now we've heard the reading of the resolution. Board members, any additional questions? Okay, all in favor? Missing Anna, that's unanimous. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Our next item on the agenda is item 7. It is closed meeting as authorized under Texas Government Code. It is not limited to section 551.071, but it can include various pieces there. So the next item is 7. You're welcome to stay. But we're going to recess into the conference room for the closed meeting portion. turn that on. We are back in open session at 10:51 PM. Board members, as a result of our closed session, is there anything that we want to do taking action? Ms. Brady?
I would like to make the motion that upon successful completion of the superintendent evaluation, that the board approve her extension of her contract for another year.
Is there a second? Second from Ms. Benavides. Board, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Unanimous, Ms. Canada. Okay. Is there anything further, board members?
Thank you, I'm good now. I have chapstick, I just colored.
Well, I think there are no comments left. We've all talked it out. So at this point in time, at 10:52, we will adjourn the meeting for tonight.
And before we leave, the jacket and the sweater for Saturday.
Ask him, that guy was supposed to